Fuck you! Oh, the snow is falling, the fire's alight. Families gather for a cozy night. But over at your place the mood is bleak, 'cause you're still worshipping that orange freak. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. You're on the naughty list, it's true. With your lies and your hate and your QAnon crew. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. You're crying about Starbucks cups again, while billionaires rob you blind with a grin. You shout fake news at facts you don't like, and scream lock her up on your Facebook mic. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. You're stuck in a Fox News echo zoo. Your MAGA merch smells like hypocrisy stew. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. Oh, you can't spell truth. You're stuck in a booth with a flag and a hat and no grasp of the facts. Santa tried to help, but he gave up too, 'cause he'd rather give coal to someone who's cool. Jingle bells, Trumpy smells, your logic ran away.
Your brain is fried, your grifted pride makes Christmas such a day.
Merry Christmas to everyone but you. The Grinch has more heart than your whole crew. We'll toast to a future where justice shines through. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. So deck the halls with kindness and cheer, but keep your MAGA nonsense out of here. 'Cause peace and love won't stick like glue when Merry Christmas is wasted on you.
Sugar plums dance with the dead. Santa's sleigh just came from hell. Now Krampus has some tales to tell. Jingle bells, the truth prevails. Frost is melting, hear the wow. Merry Christmas and hail Satan. Satan. Burn the tree, we're celebrating. Reindeer riot in the snow. La 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 la, let the fires grow. Elves are striking, toys are late. Mrs. Claus open, bells ring gay. Carolers scream through the winter night. Darkness wrapped in twinkling light. Candy cane lace razor blades. Naughty listers on parade. Merry Christmas and hail Satan. Burn the tree, we're celebrating. Reindeer riot in the snow. La 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 la, let the fires grow. No silent nights, no holy land. This year's gift is contraband. So raise your horns with anarchy. Let's all down on the Christmas tree. Merry Christmas and hail Satan. Turn it up, we're celebrating. Raise your horns, the night is young. Let's make this fucking Christmas come undone.
Oh, the snow is falling, the fire's alight. Families gather for a cozy night. But over at your place the mood is bleak, 'cause you're still worshipping that orange tree. Merry Christmas to everyone but you. You're on the naughty list, it's true. With your lies and your hate and your QAnon and crew. Merry Christmas to everyone but you.
You're crying about Starbucks cups again, while billionaires rob us blind with a grin. You shout fake news, it's facts you don't like, and scream lock 'em all up on TikTok all night.
Merry Christmas to everyone but you. You're stuck in a Fox News echo zoo. Your MAGA merch smells like hypocrisy stew. Merry Christmas to everyone but you.
Oh, you can't spell truth. You walk into the booth with a flag and a hat and no grasp of the facts. Santa tried to help, but he gave up too, 'cause he'd rather give coal
me smells, your logic ran away. Your brain is fried, your grifted pride makes Christmas suck all day.
Merry Christmas to everyone but you. The Grinch has more heart than your whole crew. We'll toast to a future where justice comes through. Merry Christmas to everyone but you.
So deck the halls with kindness and cheer, and keep your MAGA nonsense out of here, 'cause peace and love are long overdue.
And Merry Christmas is wasted on you.
Now, all right. Took me a minute. Brrr. All right. Do I have everything? Hmm. Okay. Think I finally got it. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Okay. fuck? This is gonna suck. I don't. Wow. I will never understand. I mean, it seriously blows me away. People are like, here's a companion app you can install on your phone that'll control the thing on your PC. And you're like, okay. And you download it onto your phone and then you open it up. And it's nothing like the one on your PC. Like, absolutely nothing like it. Like, you can't find fucking anything on it because it's nothing alike. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be smart enough to design software, but you're not smart enough to figure out, well, the thing on your phone better look like and work like the thing on your PC. Otherwise, most people aren't going to want to use it. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Seriously. It's like it's the same motherfuckers that ruin games, where they get a perfectly good game, where it's designed perfectly right, and then like right at the last minute, they're like, no, we need to put this fucking convoluted bullshit in it now that'll make most people not like it. And then we'll release it. It's like, what the fuck? Why couldn't you just leave it the fuck alone when it was a perfectly good game? What the fuck is wrong with you? Or the people who do a game that's got like a new game mechanic in it, like a new combat mechanic or whatever, and then they build the whole entire fucking game around that fucking mechanic. I'm looking at you, Callisto Protocol. Oh, shit. Now that I got that shit fixed. Look at this shit. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
The majority of
during the 2020.
Actually, no, there's another guy that is popular for just throwing out completely nonsensical statistics in order to push a narrative. Who is that? You voted for him for president. You voted for him for president. It's funny that you know the truth of that one. That's funny. You know the truth of that one, but everything else was cool. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you by yourself.
Salman, let me play something for you that you said about the Republican Party. This is during the 2024 campaign.
Okay. People would accuse the Republican Party as or paint the Republican Party as a kind of a really racist or something, but is contrary to that claim, and is very welcoming to paint the picture that a Republican Party is a racist state is absolutely untrue and far, far from the truth.
Do you still believe that today?
Well, I still believe that majority of the people that vote Republican are not racist.
Okay. Let me just get this straight. When he was calling Puerto Ricans garbage, wasn't racist. When he was calling Mexicans rapists, murderers, and drug dealers, and some, or I assume, are good people, he wasn't racist. When he was accusing Haitians of eating people's pets, he wasn't racist. When he has this propensity to always equate black people with crime and stupidity, low intelligence, not racist. But when he finally specifically called your people garbage, when he finally specifically singled you out, in that moment, he became racist. Yeah. Well, that is a bunch of tons of sucker out of my butt, sucker out of my butt.
But the president and his comments about Somalis and other races are racist, and it ignites the racist aspects of the party. So we can.
But it took him specifically targeting Somalians.
Not do a generalization to the whole entire Republican Party, but some of them are racist, yes.
Now, in my initial video about this, one of the things that I said was it appears to me that the schism that has appeared between African Americans and immigrants, other immigrants in America and the African diaspora, I use the analogy that we've been here for 500 years. We know where all the racism is in the corner. You know, we know about the microaggressions in the closet. That was the thing.
See, that's the thing. I cannot speak to the black experience or the brown experience or the Asian experience. I cannot speak to the experience of any other race, but I can speak to you of the white experience. And when I say I can speak to you of the white experience, what I mean is I know where the racists are hiding because they think I'm one of them. Because of the way I look and the way I sound and where I was born and where I grew up, they think I'm one of them. I know all their tricks. I know all their lingo. I know where they're hiding. So, like, yeah, that's just like, when before I weigh in on women's matters when they're speaking of misogyny, it's like, no, look, I cannot speak to the female experience. I cannot speak to the experience of a woman. However, being a man, I can speak to you from that perspective, and in essence, well, here's what we say, here's the way we think, blah 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 blah, because I am one of them. I know, I hear it. I hear all the locker room talk because I'm in that locker room.
That I said. Whereas you just show up to somebody's house and it's all about the big screen TV and all the empty Milwaukee's best cans on the floor with the McDonald's. So that was the analogy that I gave. Now, this part is fascinating because you want to say that his comments were racist, and I will at least give you credit for seeding that. Who objected in the room?
We don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much.
They actually clapped. They clapped. They clapped almost as loud as you did standing by yourself at the rally. That's how loud they was clapping and them calling you garbage. Now, I also want to ask this, because there's a lot of elected officials from a lot of different places in America, melting pot that we are. Who objected on the Republican side? Who objected to?
No one on the Republican side has.
Slow internet. It must have been, buffering. It was buffering. It ain't hit nobody. It must have been, they ain't see it. They ain't see it, That's interesting. I also wonder about the outrage that the non-racist MAGAs must feel at them being characterized this way and the representation that comes.
As soon as I find some non-racist MAGAs, I will let you know what they think. I have been on the hunt, sir. Reese, I just want you to know, I have been looking, I have been searching, I have been looking, I have turned every biker bar upside down, every honky tonk, every Cracker Barrel, and I don't just mean like rooms full of people who look like me. I mean the actual Cracker Barrel restaurant. I have been looking everywhere, far and wide, for a non-racist MAGA, and I have yet to find one.
Comes with the people that are pressing Somalis in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota. I'm wondering when does the MAGA brigade come in just to clear their name? You know what I mean? I'm wondering when.
They don't.
Is it traffic? Is it holiday traffic? That's fascinating. Well, they're not racist. They just are totally fine with the racist thing, and ICE coming in and scooping people up and not asking questions. Just happy to have the facility in our jurisdiction so we could get some extra tax dollars. But not racist.
You said at that event at the Minnesota State Capitol that you were backing President Trump for one of the reasons was safety for the Somali American community in Minnesota. We've reported on the new ICE mission in the Twin Cities. Do you feel safe today?
I mean, I feel safe, sort of. I feel safe, but I don't know what I'm gonna encounter later on. Yeah, there's ice raids going around the cities. They were in my town, like today. They were in my town, Burnsville. Yeah, but I I I I haven't encountered anything as of right now, but I've seen many people that actually got raided and got taken away by ICE. Yes, and I fear for them. I I there's a lot of Somali community. There's a lot of Somali families that actually um, Somali community. There's a lot of Somali communities that's actually fearful
Yeah.
of those roots, and I get those, and I sympathize with them, and the reason why I'm speaking against those remarks by the president is he's stoking hate and fear into the community.
Salman
Sir?
Fiki, I thank you for your time.
Sir, you helped elect him. You helped pull the trigger on that gun. The people who are in danger thanks partly to you. You voted for this, and to every MAGA who tries to backpedal and go, well, I didn't vote for this. No, you literally did. This is what he was promising when he was standing up on the stage giving the speeches. This is the stuff that he was promising to bring to the country. And now he has. You can't say, I did not vote for this because you did. He said mass immigration. You said, I'm voting for that. He said, I'm attacking the woke. You said, I'm voting for that. He said, I'm attacking the blacks and the browns and the gays and the trans. And you said, yeah, I'm voting for that. So now you can't turn around and go, I didn't vote for this. Yeah. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you can't just say, well, I was just voting for the stuff he was saying on the stage. Because you're also the type of person who likes to go, well, politicians lie. Politicians lie. Ain't none of them tell the truth. And you say that the loudest when somebody points out that the guy you voted for is lying. And, well, all politicians lie. Okay, well then why did you vote for the motherfucker? And why did you keep arguing with everybody around you? Oh, you watch, he's anointed by God. He's bringing the change. The only change he's bringing is all the stuff that the presidents before him have fixed, all the stuff that the people, not just the presidents, but all the stuff that American people before him have spent their lives fixing and making better. He has turned around and shat upon all of it, trying to make his version of fucking Hitler's utopia. And look at the guy. He looks like a fucking lab experiment put together from all the worst rejected parts and pieces. He even talks like it. You have to fucking pretend that he's smart. Because when someone goes, okay, point to something intelligent he said, oh, you never got an answer for that. You deflect off of that. Just like when someone goes, he's a fucking liar. And you go, well, point out a lie he's told. And then they'll drop like fucking 10 examples. And you'll try to do the whole, but what he really said, but what he really meant to say was, but what he really meant was. And then they got to say, well, no, that's not what he said, though. you asked to point out a lie, and the fact that you're having to explain it away and, what he really meant and da-da-da-da-da proves that what he said was bullshit. Or you try to deflect and blame it on somebody else, like blame it on Joe Biden. Oh, well, it's Joe Biden's fault that Donald Trump lied to me. Oh, Lord.
This morning.
He's stoking hate and fear into the community. You're right about that. The only difference is prior to the election, he was stoking hate and fear into everybody. Mm-hmm. He was stoking hate and fear into everybody with his prescription that he was needed to go in and keep you safe. And you see exactly what all of that was about. It was also a fascinating question. Do you feel safe? Because I was literally watching that and saying, well, thanks to the work of so many of y'all who didn't hear, I would call it a dog whistle, but they didn't even use a dog whistle. They just went to Foot Locker and got a regular whistle. Like we all heard, they got a bull.
Hello there, my very good friends. On this wrestling news video, we have great news for
the absolutely crazy story behind the Taylor Swift Nazi MAGA accusations. We dive into Trump's past 48 hours of crashing out. This McDonald's AI scandal just caused an internet meltdown. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday. I hope you're having a fantastic one. I'm feeling great. All things considered, I'm a homebody and I've got home base lockdown for a bit. I've seen a lot of y'all's comments saying, why is the background changing every other show over the past 2 weeks? And the answer to that is I've just been seeing family and friends. I'm actually just coming back from, Austin, Texas, where I got this bad boy. Which, just as a disclaimer, this is not a midlife crisis. I went to one of my good buddy's weddings. He's marrying an amazing woman, and their dress code was cowboy casual. And so I went down there, went into a store, told the guy, hey, just don't make me look like fucking Ben Shapiro. Or just don't make me look like the nerdiest loser who's LARPing what he thinks a man looks like, and also like he would maybe buy one piece of wood from Home Depot. And I gotta say, to the people that wear cowboy hats and boots, I kinda get it. In Georgia, I'm walking around 6 foot. In Texas, I look like I'm 6'5". Cowboy boots are like man heels, it's like built-in lifts. The cowboy hat had inches at the top. I felt. But alas, I am now home. The hat comes off, and we have a lot of news we need to talk about today, starting with this. Donald Trump's been crashing out over and over the past 24 to 48 hours, and we should talk about it. Remember that.
I'm still fucked up over who fucking asked the cashier at Home Depot to put their piece of wood in a bag.
Starting out with this interview that he gave Politico on Monday, though it went up on Tuesday. And there, I need to highlight a couple of moments for you. The first being, we'll call it this testy exchange about the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro.
So how far would you go to take Maduro out of office?
I don't want to say that, but...
But you want to see him out?
His days are numbered.
Can you rule out an American ground invasion?
I don't want to rule in or out. I don't talk about it. Why would I talk to you? An extremely unfriendly publication, if you want to call it Politico.
Pussy fucking Trump. Pussy fucking Trump. And his pussy fucking followers. Pussy fucking Trump. And his pussy fucking followers. Ugh. Damn.
That got $8 million from Obama to keep it afloat.
Just perpetually playing victim, but there was also this moment when the interviewer asked him about the state of the American economy.
I wonder what grade you would give
A+.
your economy. A+.
Yeah, A++++++.
Which there, rather than saying he's lying or he's living in another reality, I'd say I really wish that Donald Trump was my teacher growing up, because this dude apparently grades on a crazy curve. With the consensus among relevant experts being that what Donald Trump's saying here is just not true. Among other things, saying that his tariffs are just not working. I mean, just yesterday we talked about Trump trying to bail out farmers who have just been decimated because of his tariffs. And as far as how the people, or at the very least people who vote in this country, are seeing things, they don't appear to be fans of what Republicans are doing. Right? They've been suffering some surprise surprising electoral losses in several states and cities. I mean, even yesterday, Miami elected its first Democratic mayor in 3 decades. All of which is why you're seeing recent reports that White House aides have been trying to get Trump to refocus his attention on affordability and start taking people's concerns seriously. Or they're apparently showing him surveys from his own pollsters, social media posts from his fans. And apparently, every senior White House official is involved in the effort. But seemingly, despite weeks of being pushed and prodded, Trump's resisted any kind of "I feel your pain" messaging. Instead, it looks like he's doing what Democrats previously did and kind of just like going, no, it's not really that bad. Though, with it being Trump, he's opted to believe that the affordability discourse is just a Democratic trap. And that's exactly the point that he tried to hammer down at his rally in Pennsylvania yesterday. Right? Because reportedly, his aides have organized a tour all across the country that'll focus on the economy and then stretch into early next year. And it began last night.
They have a new word. You know, they always have a hoax. The new word is affordability. They say affordability. And everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. We're getting inflation. We're crushing it. And you're getting much higher wages. I mean, the only thing that's really going up big, it's called the stock market and your 401ks. That's going up.
Really quick, if he is saying affordability is a hoax, him calling the Epstein files a hoax, I mean, it's gotta make you see it in a different light a little bit, right? And there, just to be clear, I'm not really asking you, I'm asking your conservative uncle you might have sent this to. But hey, you know, I guess we'll have to see if him simply repeating that message over and over again for the next 10 months is gonna make a dent in public sentiment. Because it's very likely gonna be a huge part of the midterms. But also here, I'll say, Trump, he frequently veered off course. Right? Trump calls it the art of the weave, going in and out of topics. Others saying it seems more like sundowning. So, you know, while the focus should have been on economic topics, affordability, prices. You had him, you know, claiming the past 3 elections were rigged. He talked about how tariffs just his favorite word. He crusaded against windmills. Thank God someone protect us from those evil, evil windmills. And then also he did whatever this is.
Transgender for every member in your family. If they're not feeling well that night, let's just change their sex. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Typically, Crooked.
I mean, it's hard to even because trying to get my jaw to pop. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's standing up there babbling his fucking ass off, and he sounds like a fucking moron. He just sounds like the dumbest fucking bigot you've ever fucking seen. But then he's got these motherfuckers behind him on purpose. And they're all like, oh yeah, he sounds like a genius. He's the smartest person I know. That is what fucking kills me.
Crooked Joe wins. I'm surprised. Because to me, he's a sleepy son of a bitch. I'm being judged by these bad people back there, the fake news.
What?
Right, and then in this speech where you had Donald Trump finding more of his happy plays, not with, you know, how he's gonna help people economically, but rather, you know, let's stoke culture war issues, let's other people. He took aim at one of the right wing's favorite targets right now, Somali immigrants.
Do we have any individuals from Somalia in the group? Please raise your hand. I love this Ilan Omar, whatever the hell her name is, with the little turban. I love her. She comes in, does nothing but bitch. She's always complaining.
Isn't that what he's just done for fucking like however long at this point? I mean, he's standing there the whole time bitching. She does nothing but bitch while I bitch. Does nothing but bitch. Listen to me, bitch. Does nothing but bitch. I bitch. Bitchity bitch. Bitch.
She comes from a country where, I mean, it's considered about the worst country in the world, right? They have no military, they have no nothing, they have no parliament. They don't know what the hell the word parliament means. They have nothing, they have no police. They police themselves, they kill each other all the time. I love it. She comes to our country, and she's always complaining about, the Constitution allows me to do this. We ought to get her the hell out. She married her brother in order to get in, right? She married her brother to get in. Therefore, she's here illegally. She should get the hell out. Throw her the hell out. She does nothing but complain.
The Trump then going on for another hour before then wrapping it up and going home. Meanwhile, Ilhan, not Elon, I think he had his jilted lover on his mind, but Ilhan Omar responded to this call out on Blue Sky, writing, Trump's obsession with me is beyond weird. He needs serious help. Since he has no economic policies to tout, he's resorting to regurgitating bigoted lies instead. He continues to be a national embarrassment. And then, instead of getting some rest after a long day, because, you know, he's gonna nap in his meetings, Trump then continued his crash out on Truth Social. And there, he apparently got triggered by this New York Times op-ed that talks about his personal health, highlights the cabinet meeting where he apparently fell asleep, and writes just how run down must a raging narcissist be to snooze through tributes to his own greatness. Are Trump's baffling non sequiturs, herky-jerky syntax, and fantastical misrepresentations of fact just a wholly unleashed, fully emboldened version of who he has always been, or is his focus blurring? What was up with his swollen ankles and the discoloration, partly concealed by makeup on the back of one of his hands? And how to solve the mystery of the MRI that he had at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in October? So then in response to that, our president composed a nearly 500-word essay, which he posted to Truth Social, and just buckle up, here we go. Trump declared, there has never been a president that has worked as hard as me. My hours are the longest and my results are among the best. I've stopped 8 wars, saving millions of lives in the process, created the greatest economy in the history of our country, brought business back into the United States at levels never seen before, rebuilt our military, created the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts ever, closed our open and very dangerous southern border when previous administrations were unable to do so, and created an aura around the United States of America that has led every country in the world to respect us more than ever before. And then adding, in addition to all that, I go out of my way to do long, thorough, and very boring medical examinations of the great Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, seen and supervised by top doctors, all of whom have given me perfect marks. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to the medical, I have done something that no other president has done on 3 separate occasions, the last one being recently by taking what is known as a cognitive examination, something which few people would be able to do very well, including those working at the New York Times, and I aced all 3 of them in front of large numbers of doctors and experts, most of whom I do not know. I have been told that few people have been able to ace this examination, and in fact, most do very poorly, which is why many other presidents have decided not to take it at all. Despite all this, the time and work involved, the New York Times and some others like to pretend that I am slowing up, am maybe not as sharp as I once was, or am in poor physical health, knowing that it is not true, and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I have ever worked before. I will know when I am slowing up, but it's not now. After all of the work I have done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous, for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. They are true enemies of the people, and we should do something about it. They've inaccurately reported on all of my election results, and in fact, were forced to apologize on much of what they wrote. The best thing that could happen to this country would be if the New York Times would cease publication because they are a horrible, biased, and untruthful source of information. And then after that, you had Trump posting several screenshots of people praising him, promoted Charlie Kirk's book, and then for good measure, retruthed his own truth about the treasonous New York Times before finally signing off. And all of that, it makes me 2 things. One, someone needs to put more fiber in this man's diet. These are very obviously poop posts. And it is horrifying that he's on that toilet for that long, that he can write out a full manifesto. And secondly, while I know most of us are numb to it, it is very important to highlight that the President of the United States is calling those against him the true enemies of the people. He's using words like seditious and treasonous, but especially as more and more he uses these words in references to penalties that could involve death. And there, 1, because not only could it go to a place like that, but 2, whenever they kind of clutch their pearls, when they say the other side needs to lower the temperature, they need to calm down. You know, words matter. Yeah, words matter. Do you listen to your fucking self? But yeah, anyway, I guess in the meantime, I'm gonna put out a plea out there to any organizations. Can you please follow FIFA's suit and just keep this man busy. Give him as many fake peace awards as you possibly can. Or just like keep grandpa busy, please. And then there's more we're gonna dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, if you're looking for holiday gifts that keep on giving, our sponsor, Raycon, and their Everyday Earbuds Classics, that's your move. And right now, they're up to 20% off for the holidays, so definitely grab them while you can. I've owned a lot of earbuds, but most end up in the drawer. I'll swear I'll use them one day, but Raycons I actually reach for. Right? And the Everyday Earbuds Classics are loaded with upgrades. Active noise cancellation, multi-point connectivity, so I can bounce between devices, and a comfy ergonomic fit that doesn't wiggle loose mid-workout. There are a few things that make me rage more than that. And the colors, my default's black, but they've got something for everyone with premium sound at half the price of big brands. And that's all with 3 million happy customers and a 30-day happiness guarantee backing you up. Also, the battery life up to 32 hours with the case. Quick charge, 10 minutes equals 90 minutes of playtime. In awareness mode, perfect for, when I'm walking the dogs and pretending to be productive at errands. These are often my daily drivers since I got them. Gym, chores, workouts, they just fit my routine. And the Everyday Earbuds Classics are here for the holiday season. Right, and Raycon audio products are up to 20% off right now. So just click that link below or go to buyraycon.com/DeFranco to save site-wide. And hey, order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas, because great gifts, they shouldn't show up late. But then, next up in the news, this is crazy. Taylor Swift is a Trump-loving Nazi. That is what you saw a decent chunk of social media shouting just 2 months ago when her new album came out. But now it actually turns out that those, understand, false claims may have been part of a coordinated attack. Though of course not universally or exclusively, and I'll break it down. Right, so if you were online at all in the first 2 weeks of October, you know that there was a ton of discourse around the life of a showgirl, and some of it was just, your usual pop music criticism. Loved it, I hated it, it was mid, that stuff. But also, some of it was varying levels of extreme. Some people accusing Taylor of being MAGA, right? And so in a song about her fiance, Travis Kelce, she says she wants to have a couple of kids and have, quote, the whole block looking like you. And people tried to say that she was pushing a trad wife, white supremacist agenda. Also, she sold lightning bolt necklaces as a nod to a line in her song, Opalite, with people then comparing that to Nazi imagery. And you just had tons of takes flying left and right, and it was largely framed as a far-left critique of Taylor Swift. It was something that got tons of attention. It spread all across the internet. And so then with all that, you had the behavioral intelligence firm, Gadia, looking at over 20,000 posts about the album from over 14 social media platforms. And they said that they found a polarized online environment shaped by a mixture of organic cultural discourse, symbolic reinterpretation, and targeted inauthentic activity. And that inauthentic activity, it ended up being the subject of the report, which said that it found that while most social users behaved normally, 3.7% did not, and they accounted for 28% of the conversation volume, which suggested coordinated influence. And what they found were a lot of the conversations started on more fringe platforms like 4chan and Kiwi Farms before they then made their way to mainstream apps like Twitter and TikTok. Right, and then once they made their way there, Swifties and normal users began seeing them and responding. So with that, you had the report saying this demonstrates how a strategically seeded falsehood can convert into widespread authentic discourse, reshaping public perception, even when most users do not believe the originating claim. Right, because once real everyday people begin seeing these posts, some end up agreeing and they prop up the accusations. But then also tons of people slammed them, and they created this massive backlash cycle, and they argued that seemingly left-wing accounts had...
I did personally engage with a few, and I don't know, you can just tell. And then I'm like, are you getting the attention that you were after? And then afterwards I realized I just gave them the attention they were after.
Lost the plot. Things like, what do you mean her wanting her children to look like her fiance is eugenics? Making bad faith, wildly unfounded socio-political TikTok critiques of a pop album is such a profoundly misguided use of political energy right now, and pushing an agenda that a woman who has never done anything but support left-wing movements and ideologies as a white supremacist is one of the reasons Trump won. But then also you have the report noting that ended up actually just helping the claim spread, or with the outrage cycle inadvertently boosting the networks and their narratives. And so you had the CEO of the company behind this study telling Rolling Stone that's part of the goal for these types of narratives for whoever is pushing them, especially with these inflammatory ones. That's going to get rewarded by the algorithm. And with the report, it wasn't able to identify exactly who was behind it. What they did find was what they called a significant user overlap between accounts trying to paint Taylor as a Nazi and accounts that participated in attacks against Blake Lively. And so then with all that, one of the questions people have is, well, what do these networks or the people that are responsible for this gain from this happening? And there you have experts speculating that it could really be for just a number of reasons. Or one of the researchers saying, when we put our doomsday hat on, I think we can see that reality that there might might be other nefarious actors, not US based, who have reasons to see if I can move the fan base for Taylor Swift, an icon who is this political figure in a way, does that mean I can do it in other places? Right, some speculating it could be competitors in our space, some speculating that there's an economic incentive. If you make this a big thing that's happening, people can make content and make money off of that. Then others speculating this is meant to cause political chaos, or whether to cause chaos for the artists themselves or to cause infighting among the left. Right, but then also with this now getting some attention, you had people saying things like, can't tell what's worse, the fact it was intentionally orchestrated or that it worked because many people were unable to think critically and form an opinion outside of viral posts. Right, but then also as far as the public discourse, you had some saying, they just don't believe the report. Right, among other theories saying they believe that malign celebrities, they're just paying news outlets to publish fake reports claiming that the criticism of them, they're just bot attacks. Yeah, for me personally, as someone that's been doing this for about 20 years now, as far as whatever the public reaction is, I never really know what's real or not these days. It feels like so much is fake or botted in hopes that, people will just go, oh, look at those numbers. I guess that is a popular opinion or take, and I'll just follow suit. Just like the sheer amount of botted astroturfing and manufacturing consent, it's very scary. It feels like why it's more important than ever to just actually interact with human beings in person. Whether bad actors or businesses, whether for political gain or monetary gain, everyone is kind of just fighting for your attention. And one of the best ways to get that is through just something that pisses you off. Right, but then next up in the news, we need to talk about McDonald's and more getting a lot of hate right now. Right, and for McDonald's, it stems from this ad they just released.
It's the most terrible time of the year. All the shops turn to mayhem, even Santa knows space, and the tree redecorated your place. It's the most terrible time of the year.
So we'll stop it there, but it is about another 30 seconds. Right, and while comments for that ad were turned off, what we ended up seeing was that the general feeling was along the lines of, the song is poorly written, almost certainly written by AI, because it doesn't fit the original rhythm at all, and at the end, it just makes up a passage. And the visuals are pointless because it's just random nonsense like most AI videos. There's no weight to anything, despite the focus being human failures. They're not shot well, and more so, not real, so it leaves no impact. And understand those were kind of the tame, more specific, pointing things out critiques, rather than just, fuck you, McDonald's, which I saw a lot of. Right, and ultimately what you saw was the backlash got so bad that McDonald's took down the ad. However, you also saw the company behind the ad trying to defend it, saying in a post that they spent weeks working on this and that, quote, we were working right on the edge of what this tech can do. And while AI filmmaking might divide opinions, we want to pull back the curtain to show you the sheer human craft and skill behind it. And saying the tools were different, the process wasn't. And claiming the man hours poured into this film were more than a traditional production. But also with that, I'll say, McDonald's not the only one taking shots right now. Right, Amazon recently had to take down an entire program to add dubs to anime. And the results there, they left a lot to be desired, resulting in stuff like,
hurry, this way,
Don't let
come on.
escape. After him.
I read all your moves. I saw right through you.
and
All I need from you is your head. The rest can rot in the dirt, like the useless scrap metal that you are.
Kainon shot.
then also in addition to that, you had Disney abandoning attempts to add more AI into its workflow over concerns about copyright and public perception. But, we are seeing this consistent push forward, and now you have CEO Bob Iger considering it again. And of course, that's despite just example after example of people just not being that into AI. Though also, I gotta stress, it is not universal. You did have tons of people praising the McDonald's ad and claiming that it would be perfectly fine on TV. And if you're a fan of YouTube, this might not be something you can avoid, because YouTube, they've been making a fuss over how they're rolling out more AI creation tools. Though also that might be something that you really haven't seen on YouTube if you mainly use YouTube for long form videos. Most of the stuff that we're seeing for AI or for the vertical content. But with all this, I'd really love to know your thoughts, not only as far as your opinion on the use of AI here, but also what do you think we are going to see moving forward? Are people that are against this, are they trying to fight the tide essentially? Like, is this something that you feel like, yes, I'm against it, but it also feels inevitable? Or do you think that there is going to be enough of a market impact that it stops? Any all thoughts, opinions, and predictions here? I'd love to hear from you. But then next up from that, this is a wild bit of news. The Trump administration now wants 5 years of your social media history to go on vacation here. Right? The Trump administration is now planning to review the social media account.
Okay, I want to talk about the environmental impact of fucking these AI farms. Yeah, I'm down for that. But, other than that, yeah. I'm not the one to be having that conversation. However, oh my God. I fucking love this. Fucking MAGA thought police. Fucking Big Brother was the Republicans all along. Oh, you stupid motherfuckers. Oh, you stupid motherfuckers. Republican dipshits. No such thing as a smart MAGA. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I mean, seriously.
Counts of foreign tourists from dozens of countries as a requirement for granting them entry to the United States. And that's even though these targeted groups don't need visas. And so this plan, it was outlined in a new proposal filed in the Federal Register by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So you've got the CBP.
And see, what they're going to do is they're going to flip it. They're going to flip it and get their base to be down for it, because they're going to say, look, we're doing it to the black and brown people. They forget that after they get away with doing it to the black and brown people, next they start doing it to all the people.
He's saying it'll allow a 60-day period for public comment, and specifically here, the proposal targets foreign tourists who are eligible for the visa waiver program, which allows people from 42 countries to travel to the U.S. for up to 90 consecutive days without a visa, provided that they get electronic authorization. And a really huge thing is that the 42 countries that are targeted here, which includes much of Europe, I mean, they make up a ton of U.S. tourism. For these visa waiver program nations, they make up more than half of the top 20 nations whose citizens visit the U.S. the most. So that includes the UK, which is the third biggest tourist for the U.S. after Canada and Mexico, as well as Japan, Germany, France, and South Korea, which all rank among the top 10. So that's also likely in part because, at least until now, it's been relatively easy for the people there to visit the United States. Right under the current system, they apply through the Electronic System for Travel Authorization, or ESTA, and during that process, they pay $40, provide some basic identifying information, and then once approved, the authorization, it's just generally valid for 2 years and allows those people to enter multiple times during that period. But under this Trump proposal, ESTA applicants would be required to provide their social media from the last 5 years. Now, very notably here, the current proposal doesn't actually give any more information, like how the fuck people are supposed to give the US government 5 years of social media. Or like, are they just gonna ask for handles? Do they want PDFs printed out? Also, is it only posts, or like if you like the Philip DeFranco show, is that a red flag? And then with all this, you have people wondering, well, how are they gonna go through this? I mean, it's probably gonna be AI. But then also it's really notable because the social media review isn't the only new dramatic information request that's outlined in the proposal. But ESTA applicants would also have to provide other information: phone numbers used in the past 5 years, email addresses used in the past 10, IP addresses, metadata from electronically submitted photos, key biometrics like facial, fingerprint, DNA, and iris data. And then beyond that, they'd also be required to provide a ton of hyper-specific personal information about their family members and spouses. And so while yes, this proposal is now open to the public and thus subject to change, experts say that it could have a dramatic impact on tourism in the States. Right, for one, it could just be an enormous amount of stuff to go through, which could result in longer wait times for travelers to get authorization. You've also had immigration and digital rights attorneys arguing that the proposal could chill free speech, exacerbate civil liberties harms, and undermine travel, with one explaining, basically, people will self-censor and they avoid coming to the US altogether, and that affects tourism, business, and America's global reputation. And while of course this would be a dramatic change, it's also not surprising. This is kind of just a further escalation of what we've been seeing from the administration. But also, like, the timing here couldn't be more.
But if you compare them to Nazis, you're bad. But if you compare these motherfuckers to Nazis, oh, you're horrible. I mean, just because they look like Nazis, walk like Nazis, talk like Nazis, that doesn't give you the freedom to compare them to Nazis.
key. The World Cup is about to be hosted here. And then there's even more we're gonna dive into in a minute. But first, let me say, you ever sit down to work and your brain's like, cool, but what if we think about everything except the things we actually need to do? Because it was my daily chaos until I tried Brain.fm, today's sponsor, the only app that gets my brain to behave. You see, Brain.fm, it makes science-backed music that literally syncs with your brain patterns to help you focus, relax, or finally sleep like a functional adult. And yes, it works way better than those lo-fi chill beats playlists that trick you into vibing instead of working. Right? And they've got modes like deep work, creative, motivation, and even ADHD mode built specifically for ADHD brains. Like ADHD mode, it feels like someone pressed the alignment button on my brain. And Brain FM is the only music company funded by the National Science Foundation to help people focus. Like, not a joke, an actual government-approved stop being distracted button. They also published a study in Nature Communications Biology showing their tech boosts attention and performance, especially for people with ADHD. You know, I use it for daytime focus, nighttime for sleep, and the difference, I think it's unreal. It's like someone took all the noises in my head and just turned the volume down to something actually manageable. So hey, unlock your brain's full potential free for 30 days by going to brain.fm/DeFranco or just scan that QR code. That's brain.fm/DeFranco for 30 days free. But then, next up in the news, we need to talk about how Republican leaders, they're like giving everyone whiplash over whether they actually want an investigation or not into the alleged war crimes that the U.S. might be committing in the Caribbean. Right? I mean, you had Representative Mike Rogers, who's the head of the House Armed Services Committee, just yesterday telling reporters, hey, no investigative needed because it's done. I've got all the answers I needed. But just last month, he was promising Representative Adam Smith that there would be rigorous oversight over the so-called double-tap missile strike that happened on September 2nd, saying they're taking the report seriously and that they're taking bipartisan action to gather a full accounting of the operation in question. But it really doesn't look like there was rigorous oversight. All that really happened is there was a classified meeting between the House and Senate Armed Services and Intelligence panels alongside Southcom leader Admiral Frank Bradley. And then, connected to that, you had committee members getting to see the footage of what happened, but that also really hasn't helped much. Right? And that seems to be because across party lines, people have very different narratives over what they saw. Right? You had Republican Senator Tom Cotton agreeing that the video lines up with the Trump administration's narrative, right? That the strike on shipwreck survivors was justified because they were allegedly still capable of carrying on. But then you've got Democratic Representative Jim Himes saying that the footage, it clearly shows something wrong happened. And in actually speaking to Representative Himes, I learned that not only is he concerned that we might have some serious crimes on our hands, but that Congress as a whole really wasn't being involved in any of the decisions.
And also, again, you don't need to spend a ton of time in law school to know that Congress should debate and authorize this kind of action. It says so in the Constitution. And as you just articulated, killing people without any due process, without, super well vetted intelligence and targeting processes, at a minimum, that should be debated by the Congress. If it is not a legitimate war, then it becomes a legal issue, a law enforcement issue. And yes, if a cop walked up in New York City and shot a drug dealer on the street, that cop would be tried, convicted, and would go to jail, which is one possible analogy for what is happening here. If you believe that this isn't a legitimately approved military action, then yes, the word is murder. If it is an approved military action, is this a violation of the laws of war?
And Himes, he's not the only one. And despite some Republican leaders saying that the footage shows that the strikes were justified, there are a lot of House members who, they want to see it for themselves. And in fact, it's why they added a provision to the upcoming defense spending bill that would compel Secretary of War Crimes Pete Hegseth to release the exact orders that were given and the footage unedited to Congress or face a 25% cut to his travel budget. And so while normally defense spending bills, they're really not worth talking about, they're fairly routine, this one, it stands out. And not only for the reason I just mentioned, but also because in many ways, it's fairly pro-Trump. Where you had Trump's puppet and House Speaker Mike Johnson praising the bill because it, quote, helps advance President Trump and Republicans' peace through strength agenda by codifying 15 of President Trump's executive orders, ending woke ideology at the Pentagon, securing the border, revitalizing the defense industrial base, and restoring the warrior ethos. Apparently included in the things to end woke ideology, you're talking about cuts to DEI and climate initiatives. But also, I'll say at the same time, it's not a completely pro-Trump wish list. Though there I'm talking about things like authorizing billions more in defense spending than even Trump wants it. Though also I will say it includes $400 million in military assistance for Ukraine, which theoretically puts Trump in a tight spot. But for now, we're gonna have to see how all this plays out, including whether a 25% budget cut to Hegseth will actually be enough for him to release the footage. But then finally from that, as we wind down today's show, I want to do two final things. Put out a congratulations, and then, there's one more thing. Starting with a congrats to Cora D, SeatGeek's latest weekly winner who just snagged $500 in tickets to catch a Bad Omens concert. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you got to do is just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. Then, finally today, the last thing is part Philip DeFranco show, part palate cleanser. Because this week on the text line, 813-213-4423, go text me there, as well as on social media and in comments, there were a lot of people saying, Phil, what did you think about Donald Trump saying that American football is not real football? Right, and actually today on my other podcast, Crashing Out with myself and Alex Perlman, which went out this morning, and you can watch the full thing in the links below, we covered it. And I think it actually gave us a little bit of insight here.
You know, Phil, I don't want to go into the if Biden did this or if Obama did this, that the media would spend the rest of the year talking about it, even though we don't have much left in the year. But the one thing that did happen during the Trump FIFA Peace Prize moment is he had a whole little speech he gave about how the NFL shouldn't call itself football, and that actually, when you look at it, soccer's the real football because all they use is feet. So that's why they should be. And there was a moment there where I actually got my back went up. My hackles got hacked. I got full on. I just started screaming, "What are you talking about?" Like at the screen. What are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on we're done with soccer? It's now football, and the NFL needs to call, I guess, the National Concussion League, the NCL is maybe what we should go with.
I was surprised he said it, but also not, because it's anytime we get into a moment where someone's like awarding him with something, I think we get to see a little bit of what Donald Trump is like behind the scenes, where everyone's like, oh, he's so open, and he's like so cordial, and he's actually a great guy to be with. Where he just they gave him an award, and he's like, football's not real, or the NFL's not real. I'm gonna talk about hand egg.
Saquon Barkley, who? I've never heard of him. I hate Saquon Barkley now. I'm a Ronaldo guy. Like instantly. It was so crazy.
And that, my friends, is where today's show and this video ends, but you've got more even just a click away. Where you can check out my brand new award-winning podcast, Crashing Out with myself and Alex Perlman. The new episode actually just went up right before this show. It's available on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. And or if you missed yesterday's crazy Philip DeFranco show, I got you covered right here. As always, there's also links in the description. But hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces.
You're
I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hello there, my very good friends. On this wrestling news video, we have great news for fans of LA Knight. WWE Raw hits a new Netflix low. We've got the reaction to WWE pulling wrestlers from the indies.
Reacting.
An update on WWE's
Reacting.
once the Peacock deal expires. I'm Andy H. Murray. The H stands for home again. And this is the news. If you missed the updates we've had over the past couple of days, if you're wondering why I'm sitting in front of my golden bookshelf, so bear with us for the next couple of days. Back on Monday, everything hopefully be back to normal.
What the fuck?
There's gloominess in here as well. It's a miserable day here in the northeast of England, as it frequently is here, sometimes, especially in December. Anyway, you're here for the news, so let's talk about LA Knight, right? Okay, good.
LA Knight.
I have a report here on this man, his push, which has been a big subject of debate over the past few months. And I'm just going to read it to you straight up to start. Sources indicate that 2026 will be a much better year for LA Knight. He is still very much a top player for WWE.
LA Knight.
He's aware of the reaction to play the long game with Knight. So that's probably quite encouraging for a lot of people. I know there has been a lot of discussion on certain losses.
LA Knight.
Have maybe had that felt that he should have had, and that's understandable that would arise. The guy is extremely popular. He's got the great catchphrases that you can play along with the crowd. All of that.
He's good.
His work's good. He's a fantastic.
I've been a fan since TNA.
But yeah, I mean, output-wise, he's had a good year, for sure. I think the contention for a lot of people is that they maybe see him as a world title level wrestler. And perhaps that is something that will come in 2026, even though it's not explicitly stated in this report here. So, personally, I think that LA Knight's had a really good year. Fine. Across the board. Made it to the finals of the Last Time Is Now tournament. And yeah, he's not been a world champion. But there are only so many seats at the top table in WWE. There are 2 at any given time, and this is a company that prefers longer world titles these days, which means fewer people get the chance to hold the belt. So, understand the situation. look, you might as well try, right? You might as well try. There's his terrible, he is so over. He's done a good job with everything they've given him.
Damn it.
In his WWE run. He even tried to make the most of Max Dupree, for goodness sake.
I need a good.
For them, but it speaks to the charismatic power of LA Knight that he has held on. And look,
Google
one thing that maybe
voice.
goes unsaid about LA Knight a little bit often is actually, I think, like in the ring, he's a really solid wrestler. In the past,
That ain't gonna be
in other places like TNA and the NWA, it was often said that he was a far better promo
Frankie?
than he was a worker. And yeah, he probably is still a better promo than he was a wrestler, than he is a wrestler. But I don't think there's a massive gap between the two. So he's very pushable. He's over like hell.
Maybe.
The merch probably.
This might work.
Right? Like, I mean, he doesn't want. If you're an LA Knight fan, you've almost certainly got a T-shirt that says "Yeah."
Power up.
And we'll just have to see what comes of it. If they are playing the long game with him, you know, he's not the youngest dude in the world. So I don't think this is going to be some slow-burning 5-year push or anything like that. But maybe we'll see him in that world title picture in 2026. We saw Jey Uso in it this year. I would say that LA Knight is a far better singles wrestler than Jey, who I do respect a lot.
It's gonna wear some.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. There is very little at this point. It's not like try it. Phenomenal.
I don't like.
The new top level star. If it doesn't
How
work,
about this?
it's fine. You can just move.
No.
Move on. Link in the description below. These are open until Sunday. They are entirely voted for by you. We are not deciding the winners. You guys are. We've had a phenomenal response so far. The form is right there. Fill it out with a Wrestler of the Year match.
No.
Best moment, worst moment, biggest disappointment.
Weird.
There's about 15
I don't even know.
and we'll be doing a video on them on the 21st.
Turn off the go.
You can see your winners.
Oh, this is my word.
And all of that stuff. Let's move on to something a bit more negative now.
I'm cool.
The Big Raw on Netflix. For the first time in the show's history, it's fallen out of the top 10 rankings for the week worldwide for English language TV shows for the second consecutive week. Numbers are a little bit behind. The ratings come out via Netflix.
Turn down low. Oh, yeah. It's even better.
They come out on there every Tuesday, and they're usually a week behind because
How
it's
about
a full
now?
week of numbers, right?
The check
Usually just live in the same day. This is a full week, and it's around the world. It means that the number is, you know, for Raw that's reported in this top 10 is much higher than SmackDown.
That's true.
But they are completely different measurements. So, of course it is. It's around the world. But Voices of Wrestling, had a little write-up on this on their Patreon, which just pointed out the now, and we kind of knew this already, but these past 2 weeks of Raw, the numbers, the ratings, the viewerships are lost forever because Netflix doesn't provide viewership information unless that's the top 10. So if you fall out of the top 10, we don't know how many people are watching. Now, this is, I mean, depending on your perspective, this is either a good or bad thing. For me, it's a bad thing because I like analyzing the trends and the business of pro wrestling.
It's your job.
If you don't care about numbers, you probably don't. You won't give a hoot.
Exactly.
And if you actively hate numbers and business and reporting and stuff like that, you probably don't thumbs up right now because it's not there. So we should say that these episodes, it's the 24th of November episode and the 1st of December. So not this week's. Both of those have been missing. Stranger Things is the reason here. I mean, this week, the new season has dominated the global top 10. 23.6 million views around, and people catching up. The other seasons are ranked there as well, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So yeah, I mean, Stranger Things is ass. This week there was also a big documentary series launched about Sean Combs, which was second and did really well. 21.8 million views. So the reason the WWE fell out was because people didn't watch these shows. Now, on Netflix in 2025 has done an average of 2.8 million.
Check
1, 2, 3. This is it. This is the one.
Say, hey, that's more. But yeah, again, it's around the world and it's over 7 days, so it's a completely different metric, and they are difficult to compare. Some people like Dave Meltzer have formulated calculations and stuff to estimate how many people are watching live in the USA, but there's no. Either way, Netflix, they've got this deal for 5 years. It's a 10-year deal if they don't exercise an opt-out clause. So it's not like they're going anywhere on Netflix. And
I am the beast.
It means it's like a hub. If you're here in the UK, it's a big hub. We've
Fear.
got all the WWE.
Ah!
So it means I don't have to fart around with different
Fear.
subscriptions and all of that nonsense.
Fear.
So for me, okay. Anyway, let's talk about Leon Slater. Interesting name coming into the Saturday Night's Main Event fold this weekend. It was announced on Raw that he will be teaming up with Javon Evans, who he has interacted with heavily in NXT and TNA. And they'll be facing Dragon Lee and AJ Styles at Saturday Night's Main Event. This has caused a bit of a kerfuffle, shall we say, a few rambunctions on the indie scene because of this WWE had to pull out of events for WXW in Germany. Reaction to all of this. Previously, WXW had cited scheduling issues, which I guess is accurate. But so that while the promotion is aware that Leon obviously keeps a very busy schedule, the weekend's appearance was agreed back in March, which is a long
Scary Teddy
had been working around Leon's
Scary Teddy,
which is his home promotion, to get this booking, basically. And it was noted, however, that Slater is generally a positive and helpful guy.
Wasn't it theory?
In WXW, including during his previous appearance.
Okay.
After the announcement on Raw, some people Fightful asked some sources about this situation, and it was noted that it's kind of what WXW expected, but they would have preferred WWE to give them a bit of a heads up about the appearance rather than putting Leon in an unfortunate situation, which is very fair. Apparently WXW, they view this upcoming weekend as one of the biggest of the year, so yeah, if you're losing a named talent, that's gonna suck for them, obviously. Fightful actually spoke to a few TNA sources as well. They were very positive about Leon and getting this spot and things like that, and they said it was another example of the WWE TNA relationship continuing. There were no comments on the situation from Rev Pro. So
I'm the gay harbor gooner.
I mean, this is the kind of thing that always happens when major promotions have clashes with indie dates. A lot of the time, it isn't really dialogue or anything like that. It isn't,
You're gay.
Few months
you are a gay man.
Like, this wrestler, he's booked for your show, can we work something out? Usually it's like, no, taking, we're the big dogs, we're taking them, and you can deal with it in the aftermath, which is rough, but it's how the wrestling business works. I mean, it's a microcosm of business in general. Big dog eat little dog in these situations.
Obama.
But look, I'm very happy for Leon Slater to be receiving these.
May Allah awaken the people.
Early 20s. And one of the brightest to emerge in wrestling in the past few years. Not even one of the best British talents. He's just one of the best talents. Javon Evans is in that bracket as well, so it's going to be really cool seeing them team up against AJ Styles. Both of them have said that AJ.
And we are stumbling into World War III. That's what's going to happen with the American dream.
This whole Saturday Night's Main Event card
is
absolutely
dead.
Fantastic. It's phenomenal from top to bottom. I really like the direction they've gone with it. I really like the idea of putting more established people against younger people from NXT or TNA in Leon Slater's case, and seeing how they fare. And of course, the John Cena retirement match against Gunther in the main event. So to me, like as a wrestling fan, I'm super excited for this. As a person who has to analyze this stuff for a living, yeah, it's a bummer for WXW, and I'm sure Rev Pro as well. But ultimately, Leon Slater is going. I mean, he's going to end up working for WWE at some point in the not too distant future, right? I mean, this deal has been. He's crossed over multiple times as a result of this deal, and you'd imagine that when his contract's up, the Fed will be like, "Yes, please, come over and work here." It'll be nothing less than what he deserves. He's worked very hard. He's a very talented dude. I'm very happy for him on a professional level. We've interviewed him on the channel before. He's a lovely man. And yeah, I hope that this didn't cause any problems between him and WWE and other players. It wasn't too messy. It would be nice, however, if the big dogs every now and then, hey, let's work something out rather than just going yoink and taking them away. Hey, who am I? All right, let's talk now, finally, about the WWE Taste Library. We're talking about the archive content, all the old stuff that used to provide so much value on WWE Network and still currently does on Peacock. I had an update on this the other day, talking about what happens when the Peacock expires. That's happening in late 2025, 2026. WWE content will no longer be on that platform. It will be moved elsewhere. But we obviously know already that the be a big change. That'll be a big change indeed. Now, a lot of people, especially old heads like me, are probably wondering, hey, what's going to happen to all my beloved old content? What's going to happen to Mid-South and Crockett and World Class and all that old stuff I like to watch? Well, we got an update on that. Apparently, people expect this to slowly, according to Fightful Select, be rolled out on YouTube and the various Vault channels that WWE already has in place. So apparently, because of the size of WWE's footprint on YouTube, there is a belief that they have a special deal in place with Google when it comes to this stuff. Probably quite expensive for them. But it's not expected that WWE will just upload everything at once, the entire library. Apparently they are quite happy, pardon me, with the buzz that their Vault channels get and the return they receive for them. Also internally, they view it as a way to cultivate new fans and stuff like that. So no changes to the Vault that Fightful have been told of, but there is the possibility of more content coming onto those channels. So apparently, Fightful sources, including people who've been in the company for years, they believe that the library just wasn't as big a draw as they thought it would be when it was launched in the first place. While it was a big drawing point initially for people to stuff like that, it was a great thing to have on Peacock as like a little bonus. Here's your extra content. On its own, it probably wasn't going to get a big rights fee deal. And another source commented that if they get an offer for the library that makes sense, that's big enough, they'll reserve the right to take it with take the deal with the YouTube methods also in effect. So to me, this is a bummer. This is a real bummer to me because I love the Vault. From going back, having all of this stuff just available at your fingertips and being able to access it instantly. I think the WWE Network is one of the best things to ever happen to wrestling, honestly. I really miss it. I really miss the network, man. It was such a great platform and you could access so much from it. And it's a real shame that some of this footage will now go by the wayside. There will be fewer ways to access this stuff unless you're a little demon with your various other methods, shall we say. So yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. It's a bit of a sucker. I like the convenience of the network when it was here with us. And
Let's do this.
Oh shit.
Ebbers, you're the chef. And therefore my lift. Oh, hello. You're an expert. So much better lifter. Welcome to another Kitchen Gadgets episode. Today we've got a normal home cook Mike and Chef Ben reviewing some, what I think, actually ingenious kitchen gadgets.
Oh, it's ingenious, is it?
These like little spectacle things.
Curly moustache. Movember. No clue.
Usually, whilst we might not get its application in the kitchen, we can usually work out what it does. It extrudes something, it screws something, it pokes something. I don't even know what verb this does.
To help you out, there is another part to this gadget. It comes in another part, but it can be used on other knives. Keep the spring where it was, and then just attach it into the coils. Now, what do you think it does now?
So now, this gives you a very specific scraping technique on, what would you do it on?
It's quite simple, Ben. It's a peeler. This is the quick slice knife. This multifunctional three-purpose fruit knife is a versatile kitchen tool that goes beyond ordinary knives. It has an adjustable spring adjustment that allows you to easily, precisely peel or cut fruits and vegetables in 2 different widths, making it an indispensable tool for vegetable lovers.
I'm so intrigued, and that is a polite way of saying baffled.
Don't really understand it yet.
I'll give you some vegetables and I'll read you some instructions.
If this ends up working, it'll be one of the greatest narrative turnarounds of all time.
I still don't understand what has to work.
They are 3 very different things to chop. Instructions: hold the knife firmly with both hands and insert the blade into the spacer ring. Make sure the spring is always pointing upwards when you pull the knife in your direction. The position of the adjustable spring changes the thickness of the slices. In the first position, you can cut or peel thinner slices. In the second position, you can cut thicker slices. Right, now you have a peeler.
Yeah, it's wedging it.
God, we're going to see all the emotions today.
Well, that's not peeling it, that's chunking it. That's rubbish.
Is it any different than if I removed the tool?
I could literally do it without the tool better.
I'm finding it harder to do without the tool, I'll be honest, but...
Yeah, but with the tool,
it doesn't do a good job with the tool.
It does say, like, again, this does remove the need to have another tool in the...
But it's a tool in itself.
Yes, it is.
I still have to purchase something.
I'd rather just purchase a peeler.
Does less of a good job. Okay.
It works on soft fruit and hard vegetables. You have the two in front of you.
I kind of get it, but unlike just a speed peeler or equivalent,
this is really hard to use.
This takes chunks out.
One of the claims, it says it's safer than just using the knife alone.
The knife alone, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I get the whole kind of, different attachments for the one utensil, but the attachment itself is the gadget. So you still have to buy something, and it's not as good as a speed peeler. Don't buy that, buy a speed peeler.
You've actually got more control in the speed peeler because of the distance and the rotating head goes with the curvature of whatever it is that you're peeling, whereas this is a sharp, straight blade.
Yeah, which is why you get something that looks so geometrically carved.
That looks like a piece of art.
Whereas a speed peeler, you're right, has a bevel. I'm baffled.
I can't believe that.
And presumably, you buy it with the knife.
Yes, the knife,
So I already have the knife, and I already have a peeler.
You've got another knife now.
It feels cheap. It is sharp enough to get slices, sure.
Was this one suggested by a member of our community?
To wind us up.
That's why it's been suggested, and that's why we're reviewing it, because we all knew this would happen.
You said it feels a little bit cheap. How cheap do you think it was?
So for two
somebody could make a good
spring guards
that would be awesome.
and two
Where you could convert
not great
a regular
knives,
knife into a peeler,
I'm going to go
that
something
would be
horrible
awesome.
like 8.
I reckon it's probably 12 quid.
£7.91, Michael.
That would be dreadful, isn't it?
It really is.
Right, let's just get to it. Is this gadget a slice above the rest, or are you peeling frustrated?
I'm peeling frustrated, but I think it's important that we address. Some of the comments say, well, why do you, support and buy this and give it airtime?
Because...
So that you don't. If this single purchase of 2 knives stops hundreds of thousands of people from ever buying it, we've done our job.
100%. We are a service.
This is how we aim to change the world.
Yeah. Stop buying rubbish like this.
But also, if the byproduct is this, then everyone wins.
Why did you get so happy with me getting frustrated?
So the
Well, let's
first
see if we
gadget
can
gets
cheer him
a-
up. Next one.
Please.
Feeling good?
Yep, all positive here.
We've
Lift the
reset.
cloche.
Oh. So it's got mils,
Suction measurer.
measurements on the handle, which...
That's for cleaning, that's 0, that's a quarter cup, third cup. It's a multi... You know when you have those nests of cups in your drawer and they're all a little bit higgledy-piggledy, even though they do nest? This is that, it's all in one.
But this is essentially, so you are just setting whatever measurement you want and then you just fill it.
to the lid.
As opposed to just filling it in reverse in the same way.
Yeah, but it's for cups. So cups are always, you fill it to the top and level it off.
That's true.
So you fill it with
Actually,
flour
I
and
get
level
it.
it off and pour it. But
I
rather than have to
hate-
go a quarter cup and a third cup and a full cup,
I
you've
hate
just got one.
operating from cups, and to be fair, I actually have a separate little sort of tessellating thing of cups for when I absolutely have to use them, but I try and avoid them.
I mean, nobody ever has to. There is only one circumstance I think you might need to use cups for a measurement.
If you're having a cup of tea.
I think that's actually accurate.
On a boat in a storm.
Explain.
Everything else, rely on the mass of the products that you're weighing. Do it by grams,
Gotcha.
and you weigh it. If the work surface you're trying to weigh on is doing this, then cups might be more accurate. I think that's the only example where cups outweigh weighing.
You are right, this is the Up Cup. Up Cup is a 4-in-1 adjustable measuring cup that scrapes itself clean for wet, dry and sticky ingredients. Up Cup's adjustable base rises to create a 1 cup, half a cup, a third a cup or a quarter cup measuring cups in a single cup. So the biggest draw in this one is the fact that it's easy to clean as well as measure.
And by doing that, you push down and then you have your different measurements. If you pull it all the way to clean, it pops out the top.
So we're going to test this by creating a very sticky, messy dip based on ratios. This is used a lot for baking and like measuring dry ingredients, but its main claims around sticky substances that you usually have to get into the measuring cup to clean out, and therefore there might be a bit of wastage.
So, should we do half a cup of mayo, third of a cup of harissa, and quarter cup of honey?
It's interesting. I'd instantly go to baking Yeah, I think in terms of the measurement application, I hadn't considered testing the wipe clean function. So, and it reckons you can do honey.
Yeah, and the GIF they use is of a full cup of honey being scraped away and looking beautifully clean.
Great, we've got something to measure it against. Let's try it.
Another reason why cups is weird. You could tell exactly how many grams you got there.
As someone who worked their way up from dishwasher to cook, right off the bat, I was automatically thinking, like, okay, so what does this do for you? Like, like the clean function. That was number one. Number one thing. How clean does it get you?
Yeah, but what's that?
I don't know.
No, I don't know, mate.
Are we just gonna?
Yeah, I want it level to the top and no air holes.
Try again. Do get a spoon. It's like squash it down.
An odd thing that you actually would just do to taste and personal preference. You don't need to weigh it.
This isn't an important one to measure out. But we just pick
be
sticky substances, but visually it should be quite appealing.
This is weird.
Right at the top.
I've gone to the clean. Oh, that was a bit clumsy.
You've gone all the way to clean.
It's not clicky enough.
Scrape the bottom, which is now the top.
But now, there's still the problem with any cup. You still need to now wash this if your next ingredient is sugar or cocoa powder or something, because it's all going to stick.
But you only have to wipe the base or lid now of it, rather than the sides.
The side is clean.
Why didn't you do
Try
the dry shit
harissa.
first,
So this isn't oil-based.
I'm actually quite a fan of a lot of the Dream Farm products. I do think they often try to fix a problem that just doesn't exist. Rather than try and fix cups, get rid of cups. Stop weighing the ingredients. There's very few countries in the world,
2 I think,
that still operate with cups. Fix it. Right.
Fix it.
Up cup.
Forget the rest of your problems. Fix the cups bit.
Yeah, if we only fixed cups, then the world would be perfect.
Now, what a mess. Because now, unlike mayonnaise, which was a white clean, this is now oily. I'm going to move it to the clean function, and it's now in everywhere. Like, that is a nightmare to clean.
I don't know if I want to do honey.
Right.
This is going to be a great dip.
Forget the negativity for a second. Let's just appreciate how satisfying the up cup is in this moment.
Barry's really rooting for this. The sides.
Sides are clean.
Sides are clean.
Except for the bit where it's not.
Okay.
I honestly don't know a worse kitchen appliance to clean now.
It's dishwasher proof.
Yeah, you just dishwash it between each ingredient.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half cycle between each ingredient.
It's also heat resistant up to a boiling point, so you can put some hot water in there to clean it out as well.
You have to swill it and soapy water it, yeah.
I think we've heard your thoughts. We know how you feel. Let's move on to the price. How much do you think we paid for the up cup?
What I quite like about Dream Farm is they tackle some quite ingenious products, but they never do it cheaply. I reckon that's 18 quid.
I was instantly thinking 20.
£13.95, so 14 quid.
If you have a nest of them, you could jump between the quarter cup, third, if your recipe needs one of each. But if you've only got one, you need to use this for each of your ingredients, and the cleaning between each one makes it a complete impracticality.
Okay, so the question, does this cup measure up, or are you going to give it an uppercut?
An uppercut?
I would literally punch this across the room.
I'm struggling to find anything positive. Based on the claims that they make and the visuals we're given, it leads you to assume that this is mess-free. And even if it is messy at the top, it's actually more convenient to clean than having cup measures. It's not. It's not. What I would say, on a positive note, this is absolutely delicious.
Well, before you try that, we're going to need something to dip into it.
Your kit
Next
down to
gadget.
one piece instead of.
This might be the most useless application of the cloche that we've ever featured, and we've had some
pretty terrible
dubious ones in the past.
But it should cheer him up. Please lift the cloche.
I like the colour.
Very industrial.
Yeah.
Not always
Pro
gonna be
kitchen
using your
gadget.
messiest ingredients.
I like this. I like all of its applications.
Okay, wow.
I've seen lots of stuff on social media recently of all the things that you can basically instantly carpaccio. And it reminds me of when we went to Inoshima in Japan, and they put floured
squid or octopus under a heavy compression.
Oh, and
which
just-
I'm guessing this does.
I was thinking like a tortilla press.
This is the Vivor pizza dough press. It eliminates the need for rolling or stretching pizza dough. Quickly and easily press dough balls into perfect pizza bases in a matter of seconds.
Should we give it a go?
So I like the. I assume the slidey nature is so that you can
The simplicity of
dust and remove.
Pop your dough ball on there. A little bit more so it doesn't stick to that. Slide it
That's
in.
a really big
clamp
piece
it down.
of kit, though.
Yeah.
They're typically rolling out or doing it by hand, but you're just going to go.
So we've got
all
some
the way.
adjustable bits here, which I guess this is very much trial and error.
Good pressure. Will it stick to the top? We did put some flour on it. You shouldn't have to push that much pressure.
No, I was just trying to get it all the way down.
Question.
Ah, magic! What do you reckon? Should we go thinner as well? It's quite-
Definitely needs to be thinner.
What do we reckon?
Oh, that's pretty much
Dead flat.
shapes, so we'll see. It does need a lot of pressure.
Oh, quite needs even more, doesn't it?
Probably needs to be seasoned.
I put sustained weight
Is that a whole Michael?
That is a whole mic.
That was a whole mic.
Wait.
See,
Oof, I wouldn't want to cook that.
Yeah, it's still thick.
Is it because it's too cool, do you reckon, the dough?
I don't know. I've not. This is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah,
You've
yeah.
seen it in action. Is it supposed to be better than that? Because that's not very impressive.
Yes, yeah. And
'Cause
again,
I imagine a smaller nonna. We've even given the dough just 10 seconds in the pizza oven just to warm it through. It's not great.
well, the videos we see online, they're not necessarily of like pro
Little
kitchens
roller machine.
using it. And the pizzas you see that come out of it aren't beautiful Neapolitan-style pizzas at all.
It's really difficult when watching all the videos in the official marketing, it goes in, it goes down, it sort of comes out this sort of size, but then it cuts to a shot of it far thinner, far wider. And I don't know whether it's been cheated.
All we can do is move on, but I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with the press. I don't think the dough's great, but I don't think the press is helping it.
That is pathetic, isn't it?
Pathetic. I think pathetic is possibly worse than disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's roll this out.
With just a rolling pin.
Yeah, but we're going to get it a lot thinner than that machine just through rolling, and we'll.
the best thing for making pizza dough I've ever encountered is the I think they maybe had one on this show. But it's a little now the one that I used at the restaurant where I worked, it was like a laundry wringer, but it was just like a single pass through, and you like if to get it right, you would pass it through, catch it out the other side, bring it back around and throw it, and then pass it through again, and then it would be perfect. But I think they had one on here where you could just feed it into the top, and it was like a 2-level, which I've seen those industrial versions where you drop it in the top and it won't drops through and gets rolled out one way, and then hits this next level, gets rolled out the next way, and then when it comes out the bottom, it's about as close to a circle as you're going to get. It's round anyway, and it's nice and thin.
Get a nice pizza as a result.
Go on, Mike.
Yes, decent dough. It's good enough.
That press is too big of a piece of kit.
Well, I think that proves the point that we can make a decent enough pizza with that dough. The dough is not the issue here. So as much as there's misery in the room, again, we're providing you a service. Question is, how much does that cost? Because it's big.
82 quid.
Yeah, I think that's got £100 written.
$69.99.
Yeah, still. It looks like it belongs in a workshop.
Yeah. Maybe this is where our education lets us down, because we're not taught common sense stuff like this. Maybe we're doing something wrong. Maybe the lever needs to be readjusted so that we get more of a pressure point. I feel like we can play with it, but today it wasn't very good.
Well, the question...
Wait.
Oh, no, sorry.
We haven't got to eat the dip.
Remember your format, Barry. This is why you made us made the frickin' dip.
All right, try the pizza and the dip.
Nicely seasoned, mate.
It's sweet and spicy. There's some showing on the base of this.
The Viva dough press, is it dough-lightful, or has it flattened your expectations?
It's flattened the energy levels in the room as well.
I'm really sorry, people. I did my best. Number 4?
I really hope you've got a good one for number 4.
And what I love about these gadget formats is that they go on a journey on purpose and then they lead to a triumphant crescendo. So whatever is underneath this is bound to be incredible.
You know I'm known for my incredible storytelling, so...
Yeah.
Please lift the glass.
Fingers crossed.
By the way, I've got so much flour and harissa all over me, and all I've learned is to not part with any money.
Apart from a new wardrobe.
Personal protective gear.
Is that your PPE?
My PPE is my chef's jacket. Oh my goodness, what do we have? A tanky.
Carbonation.
It's a little tank for...
Oh, it's got a cocktail glass.
What is it? Beer glass,
a
right?
martini.
Oh, so he is
it's a
holding one.
martini glass.
With up to 2 bars of pressure. So like a champagne bottle is often under 5 or 6 bars of pressure.
Oh, is that true?
Which is why you get the pop of a cork. But I think a can is about half that. So this is about half that. So we're looking about as fizzy as a can of pop.
Boys, this is the Tanky. Drinks stay cold, pours stay fresh. You stay out of the kitchen. Tanky makes it easy to batch, chill and serve like a legend. Wherever the party lands. Just batch your favourite drink, fill your tank, twist in carbon dioxide canister and you're good to go. It's pressure powered for smooth pours and designed to look good as it works. Whether you're at home, at the beach or on the boat.
I like the logic of it. My only problem with it so far is it's too small.
It says it holds up to 12 standard drinks. That's almost as useful as
12
cups.
pints, is it?
No. Is that standard for you?
12, 330
I don't know what we're drinking here, but it's not a pint. I suppose you're right. It is a martini glass, but I don't understand why you'd need to draft pour a... I'm a bit confused, but excited to try.
Yeah.
I've got some Aperol Spritz to fill it with. Should we try it?
Sure.
Okay, so we have watched the instructional video and we are going to now replicate it.
Pour your Aperol in, the pre-made mix, into the canister.
And this is carbonated because it's got Prosecco in it.
Yeah, so the plus of the tankies, you're going to be taking it wherever you want to go, onto your boat. The pressurization helps keep it cool and keeps it carbonated.
That goes in. Nice twist, nice screw.
Then you want to turn the knob on the side to decrease.
Decrease.
Pop your canister in.
So this is a CO2 canister.
Righty-tighty.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, broken the seal.
Then you can hear it hiss, and we're in nice and tight.
And then we slowly increase the pressure.
Until we hit 10 psi, which is about 0.75 bar.
And then pour.
Woo! It's certainly cold.
They say it's perfect for fizzy drinks like Aperol and take it on the go to keep the carbonation in it and keep it cool for longer. And anything you want a bit of foam or froth to.
Don't tell me espresso martinis.
Espresso martinis.
No, different foam.
That's what it says here.
That's not true, because that's a crema. And that comes from good quality espresso and agitation. It's cold. It's cold.
But we put it in cold.
Yeah, it's true.
30 seconds ago. Having a barbecue at the bottom of the garden, don't take a jug of Aperol down there because the jug will lose its fizz and will get warm or dilute with ice. This, you put it in here, it stays cold and it will stay carbonated.
Okay, that makes sense.
Bottom of the garden isn't really a very good example because the example they keep using here is a boat because Tanky was born on a boat. Mid-spritz disaster, specifically. Bottles were flying, mixers were leaking, and half the crew was stuck figuring out what ratios were, and the other half were drinking warm soda.
That is
disaster.
Prime boat issues. Something so unrelatable.
I mean, but yeah.
You've lost me.
The problem is that's because you've instantly jumped to a bougie boat.
Well, yeah, of course.
What about narrow boat? I feel like an Aperol Spritz and a narrow boat.
I don't think they're thinking narrow boat.
No.
When you want to go and fill it up again, presumably decrease the pressure, unscrew, but you need to then start afresh with this.
Yeah, so it's one canister per batch.
Per batch. I mean, I like it. It solves a problem. I don't think it's a huge problem. I think my solution would be drink quicker. Because otherwise, if your drinks are getting warm, just drink quicker, because you've still got to...
If you and your friends are drinking responsibly, and you only want 12 small drinks or 4 larger drinks, great.
But yeah, it might be a little bit more style over substance for me personally. There's probably people shouting, going, no, this would be really useful, so let us know in the comments.
I think when you realise that it's not refrigerating, it's not carbonating, it is just allowing you to easily and quite sociably, and anyone, so you don't have to man the drink section, pour quality pre-mixed drinks. I think it has a place.
Yeah, I think
subject to its price.
It's great. I think this
being
might
sold
be
to yachters.
100 quid.
I reckon it's 99.99.
124 quid.
It claims to do stuff, and it does that stuff. So I can't really knock it. I don't think that stuff is particularly useful to scenarios where I can imagine using it, and for £125, it's not a problem that I have.
But I would say, as we put it together and as we screwed it all in, it feels good. It's like it's robust, it's built well, the screw is nice.
Coming up next, I love this story. So a legend, really a musical genius, wrote a throwaway song that he gave to his bandmate solo project. It wasn't going to be much. He wrote this song really quickly. He did it without thought. He did it as a favor to his... Coming up next, I love this story. So a legend, really a musical genius, wrote a throwaway song that he gave to his bandmate solo project. It wasn't going to be much. He wrote this song really quickly. He did it without thought. He did it as a favor to his bandmate to give him a little something. I mean, he just basically picked up his acoustic guitar and created the song in like 2 minutes. The very next day, he came into the studio, and as a courtesy, he checked in on his bandmate, who was in the middle of recording that throwaway track. 86, Under the Cherry Moon, he's here to celebrate the greatest to listen. He knew the added to it, but a uniquely talented multi-instrumentalist and innovative to listen. He knew this song was going to be a masterpiece. Prince Rogers Nelson, simply known as Prince, was a uniquely talented multi-instrumentalist, an innovative musical genius, and a prolific songwriter and producer, creating a storied, decades-long career of essential albums and hit singles, no doubt about it. Today we're zeroing in on one of his biggest hits, great story of this one, one of his 5 #1 hits, and one that has quite a bit of controversy surrounding it, since he more or less wrote it for a rookie band and then he stole it back the next day when he realized how great it was. Guess he didn't steal it, technically, because he wrote the song. And then it broke up one of the 80s greatest bands. Talking about the classic hit, Kiss, from his 1986 album Parade. But the thing is, for all of Prince's genius, he didn't do it alone. I mean, maybe you can argue that he could have. Still, Prince knew that he had to surround himself with talented musicians who could bring his sonic visions to life. Later years, there was the New Power Generation and Third Eye Girl. And during his peak in the 80s, of course, it was all about the Revolution. Prince put together the first pieces of the Revolution in 1978, the form of a touring band. These early stages of the group consisted of Andre Simone on bass, Des Dickerson on guitar and vocals, Gil Chapman and Matt Fink, a.k.a. Dr. Fink, on keyboards, and, of course, Bobby Z on drums. Prince experimented with them as a side project, calling them the Rebels, and he recorded material with them in 1979. The project, however, was shelved, like a lot of the stuff that Prince did. What did emerge in 1979, though, was Prince's self-titled sophomore album. It featured his first breakthrough hit in the U.S., I Wanna Be Your Lover. Great song. Prince's backing band would go through some lineup changes in the early 80s, with Gail quitting in 1980 and Andre leaving for a solo career that happened in 81. But that didn't slow him any, as he released 2 more albums in that time, Dirty Mind and Controversy. Prince's 1982 double LP 1999 would feature some new faces, including Revolution mainstays Lisa Coleman on keys and Mark Brown, a.k.a. Brown Mark, on bass. 1999 would also feature a Revolution tease with the words "and the Revolution" written backwards on the album cover. Wendy Melvoin then replaced Des Dickerson on guitar in 83, and the classic Revolution lineup was complete, ready to go. The Revolution would officially take the stage with the creation of Prince's global multimedia blockbuster film and album, Purple Rain, in 1984. Purple Rain, of course, reached #1 on the Billboard 200. Spawned 2 #1 singles, When Doves Cry and Let's Go Crazy, along with 2 more top 10 hits, Purple Rain and I Would Die For You.
Doves cry. Well, let's go. Let's get nuts. I would die for you.
It was massive, to say the least, and the revolution was critical to its success.
Darling, if you want.
Then less than a year later, Prince and the Revolution were back on top with 1985's Around the World in a Day. That went to number one as well on the Billboard 200. It scored double platinum status and kept the party going with top 10 singles, Raspberry Beret and Pop.
Very cool. Raspberry Beret. Live.
Which brings us to today's feature.
What's the matter with
Next up, Prince looked to replicate the multimedia success of Purple Rain with a new Hollywood project. It's called Under the Cherry Moon. And with it, an accompanying album called Parade.
Under the Cherry Moon.
Starting with the former, Under the Cherry Moon was a romantic comedy drama that both starred Prince and was directed by Prince. Also appearing in the film was former The Time member Jerome Benton and Kristen Scott Thomas, actually making her feature picture debut.
Hear it.
The plot follows Prince's Christopher Tracy, a gigolo who goes to France to find a rich wife. However, his plans to seduce the young wealthy heiress Mary Sharon go miss when he falls in love with her. I'll leave it at that. The film would not become the cultural phenomenon that Purple Rain had. It was released in the summer of '86. Under the Cherry Moon underperformed both commercially, also critically. So at the box office, it tallied an embarrassing $10 million globally. Decidedly less than Purple Rain's $70 million, which was a lot more if you bring it to today's standards. Actually, Gene Siskel called it an absurdly bad movie. And USA Today warned, don't even turn up on the same continent where this is playing.
It was weird.
Under the Cherry Moon, it won 5 Golden Raspberry Awards and tied with Howard the Duck for Worst Picture. That, of course, was the bad news. The good news is that Parade would fare much better. The third and final album to be credited to Prince and the Revolution. Parade was released on June 3rd, 1986, just a month prior to Under the Cherry Moon. Work on the album got going at Sunset Sound in Hollywood, California in April of '85. When Prince launched into a 5-week marathon. There he recorded most of the album.
Roll my world. At your age, not your shoe size, mama. Life just ain't as funky unless it's got that pop life. We a boy when the wanted a girl. Pop life. You boy that you
Ooh. You know, it just showed a thing for the Fallout 4, and I'm all like, hey, what's up with that? Because I'm all like, hey. Ooh. What did... I could have swore. Oh my God, really? I don't have Fallout 4 on Steam. I could have swore I did. I know I've got it on GOG. Let's see. But I'm probably wrong. Nope. I was right. Okay. I was going to say, I mean, I feel like I've got Fallout 4 somewhere. Okay, I do. I've got it on Epic. Yeah, I've got the Game of the Year edition. I've got the Game of the Year edition. See, I'm wondering, like, if you've got the Game of the Year edition, do you have to pay extra money to get the anniversary edition stuff? Or does that come automatic? I feel like so lights out.
Nothing smells normal anymore. Sometimes I think I woke up in a pile of smoldering debris. And I met someone, a stranger. And over time, well, that stranger isn't a stranger anymore at all. I don't believe in luck or fate or any of that. But I do know that I wouldn't have changed a thing. Welcome back. what Athena's doing right now. With that Saltron body, sometimes I think she got the better end of the deal. times like this, you wonder, what would the Mistress of Mystery do? It's hard to concentrate on my work when you're gone. I've been thinking about you all day.
Is it too much to ask that you keep things neat and orderly around here?
Initialize scanning protocol. Detecting potential composting target. Error. Compost reserves depleted. Gathering biological material. Continuing composting operations. biological material processing.
Reveal yourself.
Right there.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Facility is now on high alert due to local ballistic activity. Defenses will now be deployed. After the defense calibration procedures have concluded, a Vault Tech representative is required to de-escalate the alert. Defense calibration will be concluded in 1 minute.
You there! I don't know you. Why are you in my lab? Who told you? Never mind. Yes, I am indeed Audrey Stoltz. And you are a sore thumb sticking out in my lab. Great. Introductions are out of the way. You know, there's enough chaos around here as it is. With the machine being broken, the clutter everywhere, and the electrified lunatics roaming about. So, unless there's something you're here for, would you kindly get the hell out of my lab? What's this? Oh, the blueprints! Fantastic! Did my father send you? Are we hiring outside help for the mailroom now? Never mind that. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that I finally have these. Sure is. Biologically, anyway. Can't say he's ever acted much like a father. Nowadays, he's more my boss than my dad. A boss that keeps interfering with my professional and personal life. Anyway, you were saying? Well, the name says it all. It used to be a machine that did the weather. You know, monitoring it, controlling it, just the usual stuff. I think we picked it up as a way to sweeten the pot when my father was getting the board to approve this vault. A bit of nepotism later, and here I am. My father refused to listen when I told him my talents are wasted on this machine, but in the end, the research fell off after the bombs fell. Later, we found a very important reason to look into it again, of course. Which I'm not really comfortable sharing more on. Sorry, we did just meet after all. To summarize, this machine is important. My father wants it fixed, and I'd very much like Father to stop pestering me about it. Yes, yes. Very excellent parcel delivery. Off with you, then. Actually, wait a moment. A helpful minion could be quite useful. Could you give me 2 seconds to read this? Here's a little reward for you. Count your bottle caps while I go over these blueprints. Come back when you're ready for more work. Perfect. The blueprints specify the exact part we're looking for. Well, I could use someone with outdoor experience for starters. Based on your skin condition, I'm guessing you're not from around here. That means you walked here. You're perfect for the job. Believe it or not, the Shenandoah Visitor Center has a device for monitoring the weather. While vastly inferior in complexity, it contains parts that you won't find out of any old toaster left to rot. It won't be a perfect fit, but even if the part is remotely close to the one that broke, I should be able to do some modifications to make it work. I'll analyze these blueprints more and do some research ahead of time, just in case. That just leaves you with the task of actually fetching it. If you don't mind, that is. Maybe. There's a lot more to it than just that. You're years behind us on this, so let's just ease you into it for now. To set your mind at ease, we're working toward not just fixing the weather, but possibly even the lost themselves. You'll see. Just bear with us for a bit. We could really use your help on this. That kind of thing is not uncommon for a national park this size. They had lots of tourists coming and going. Inclement weather would mean closing down some trails, or the park altogether. Anyway, that's the past. Doubt the park rangers have much use for it now, right? So, will you grab it for me? Thank you. The visitor center is just north of the manor, on the cliff. It's probably completely abandoned. The building isn't too big, so you should be able to find it easy enough. Once you have the part, come back here, okay?
Who are you? Don't hurt me, please. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's a relief. Well, it's not here. It's back in my bunker. There's a bit of a problem, though. The door to my bunker got jammed from the inside, and I got locked out. I just went out to get some essentials. I rarely leave the bunker. Of course, I had to lock myself out when I do. Anyway, good news is, there's a second entrance in the basement of this building. Bad news is there's a bunch of weirdos in there now. I don't know who they are or what they want. I've never seen them before. But they did not seem the friendly kind, huh? I just came in here minding my own business when I heard some creepy chanting and talks about some Alex sending them here for a sacrifice. I panicked, and I locked them in. I don't think they noticed, but I bet they'll be real mad once they do. The kind of sacrifice you and me would make for. Human. They looked heavily armed. I didn't dare get any closer to find out more. You've got yourself a deal. Come and let me know when they're all, dead.
annihilate. Holy Mothman! Holy Mothman! Shepherd me to the light.
Holy Mothman, shepherd me to the light.
I stopped hearing screams, so I came through, you know, to check on you. Yeah, and I wasn't sneaking off. If I knew where they were. I'm the last one around here as far as I know. But, to be honest, I prefer my own company anyways. Well, it's been my home ever since the bombs dropped. And I am really not in the mood for finding a new home. Never seen them before. Whilst they were locked up in there, I could overhear some of their conversations and chanting, though. They kept bringing up a moth an awful lot. Well, the radiation must have been too much for them. They also kept on and on about some big ritual and how some Alex had sent them here to help. Either way, I'm glad they're gone. And I hope this Alex person won't send any more this way. Oh, well, maybe we should have kept one of them alive, you know, to pass on the message. Well, hindsight's 20/20, they say. A deal's a deal. Follow me. I'll show you to my bunker. The machine is in there. the machine you're after is just over there. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss. Thanks for helping me out getting back here. Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh, you again. You made me jump. Not at first, I didn't. Just a few of my fellow Rangers. And when the bombs dropped, we made our way to the bunker. None of them stayed very long, though. Well, a few went out scavenging, never to be seen again. Others left to search for their families. Now, I'm not sure if they died or found someone, but oh, I sure wasn't going to risk my life for them. As little as I don't see why I should leave. Sure. I mean, so, yeah, excuse me for being a little shaken up. Sure. Oh.
You truly inspire me to use deadly force. Don't let the annoying voice fool you. I'm a lethal killing machine.
Did you find the part we're looking for? How is that any of your... Be nice, Audrey. I am sorry. Sometimes my emotions get the better of me, and there has been a lot going on. I think I figured out how I can make it work. Just needed to make a few modifications on our machine so I can connect it to the part. Nothing too complex. It's mainly just the type of unique connectors that our machine uses, so I just had to standardize them to hook a regular part up. All we need now is that part. Have you got it? What a relief. I must admit, I was a little unsure there would be any machine left to rescue parts from. I hope I didn't get you into too much danger to retrieve it. I knew you would be a good fit for the task. But that aside, I never heard of any cult in these parts. Then again, I never heard much about any cult in general. My father kept me fairly sheltered. Quite literally. I wonder what they were doing there. Alex? No, she couldn't be. Sorry, I knew someone named Alex. I never found out what happened to them when the bombs dropped, but it must be someone else. Would you mind getting the part in place? It should be pretty simple after my modifications. All the connectors are standardized now to fit a regular part. I do it myself, but I just need a minute to gather my thoughts. I mean equipment. I'll be right there. Right. I got my equipment together. Let me see how you did in placing the part. Passable. You forgot to hook up a few of the connectors, but a solid attempt for a first-timer at weather machine repair. All that's left now is to get a scan of my mother's eyes. She is the only one in this vault authorized to override security checks when we reboot it.
Audrey! Audrey! I thought I heard your voice in here. Oh, and our new friend is with you. Good, we might need you. We have an emergency. Your mother. She's gone.
What do you mean, gone? I thought she was in stable condition.
No, not gone like that. She's not in her room. Someone has taken her. They've left a note. Oberlin read it out to me. Some gibberish about a Mothman. Alex? In a cult? Oh, that can't be. I took care of her.
What did you just say?
Nothing, my dear. I misspoke.
No. You definitely said I took care of her. Want to elaborate on how you took care of her father?
Okay, look. I didn't intend for you to find out, but she was a risk to your future and that of our family business. I had to ensure you would stay here with us. I only did what I had to do.
Why am I not surprised? I had a feeling you were behind her disappearance. How was your own daughter's happiness ever a risk? Every single bit of my life has always been dictated by you, and I have been miserable for all of it.
Now, that's not true. You've always loved all this tinkering and such. All I did was make sure you were safe and would focus on what's important. A family business. And look around. Look how well it has worked out. This machine you've helped build and maintain. It's a true masterpiece.
Are you delusional? Look at us! Look at those mad lost running around! Mom is in a coma, for God's sake! How has any of that worked out well? I cannot reason with the unreasonable. I need some air to process this.
She'll come to her senses. There's always a flair for the dramatic. Takes after her father, I suppose. We have more important business to discuss anyway. We need my wife back. Pronto. And you've more than proven yourself capable of that task. So please, I could use your assistance. Oh, that stupid letter is what got us all into the situation in the first place. I should be telling you off for putting your nose in what's none of your business. But I think we have long passed that point. Cassidy and I were shocked to read the note. Such vulgar language. To think she is well read is beyond me. But enough of that. Back to your assignment. We don't have time to get in. She was a bad influence on my daughter. I had to protect the business and most... Now can we focus on the really? As much as I'd like to trust Audrey, Cassidy had to authorize any major changes or security. Thinking of it, it may have not been the best idea to only have one. Well, it's done now. Wunderbar. Getting this machine repaired is in every book. Now, the note left behind mentions... I remember there was only one within the park. Nearly purchased it at one point for some... Try and blend in as one of the cultists. Find where they're keeping her and get rid of Alex. I expect you to do a better job than the last person I sent to deal with her. We can't say for certain. But the gun I hired never returned, so it's possible she survived. And let's say that joining a cult isn't outside the realm of possibilities when it came to her eccentricities. But even if it isn't the same Alex, whoever has kidnapped my wife deserves to die. Preferably, yes. But I guess you're right. It's only led to more chaos, hasn't it? I guess you could try and talk some reason into her. I do have this book. You could use it as a peace offering from me. I took it off Audrey. It appears to have been a gift from Alex. I thought it best to remove anything that might rouse up sentimental feelings. You know the sorts. Silly young romances. Anyway, I think this could be enough to persuade her and invite her into this family. Yes. If that's the price I have to pay to get Cassidy back alive, then I guess I will come to terms with Alex being in our lives. Well, no. Maybe Audrey has a point with that whole app, and maybe you have a point about that. Anyway. Knew I could count on you. Now you better get going. I will deal with Audrey. Meet me back in the atrium when it's safe to get my dear Cassie. I will send out some people to transport...
Sometimes I think I woke up in a pile of smoldering debris. Then I met someone, a stranger. And over time, well, that stranger isn't a stranger anymore at all. I don't believe in luck or fate or any of that. But I do know that I wouldn't have changed a thing. I'm so glad you're home. It's hard to concentrate on my work when you're gone.
Our intentions are ambiguous. Do not be afraid.
Did you guys know spiders aren't really insects? Yeah, pretty sure I read that somewhere.
I heard something. I think someone's coming.
Dead. Talk to Barry. He drew the short straw this time.
Yeah, report to Sergeant Barry.
People of Appalachia.
Hey, you! Can I talk to you for a second? We are the Brotherhood of Zeal, and we require a donation of 5 caps to further our immoral cause. Wow! Oh, thanks. Oh, boy. Looks like we're eating tonight.
Oh, Barry, you're a moron.
I am gonna kick your ass when we get back to camp.
No!